I would like to request everyone to be seated. We are about to start the session 2 of the day. Everyone please be seated. I think we'll wait for like 2 minutes so they can settle down and then we're gonna start. I don't know where is Pamela Reza.
He just went outside.
We're about to start the second session of the day. It is on Global and Regional 2024 Work Plan and Updates. We have 3 speakers for this session. The first speaker is Haruka from INSARA Secretariat, and then Winston Chan, Global Lead from INSARA Secretariat. And this third speaker for the day is Mr. Reza Iqbal, Senior Director of Plans and DMA. So over to you, Haruka.
Thank you very much for the introduction again. Here, I would like to provide the global update together with Winston. And these have 5 parts. First of all, I would like to introduce the global event overview, what has been done at the global level at this point, followed by IECIR report, which will be presented by Winston. And he will also go through the governance review report, as well as ISG meeting outcomes and working group updates. And then finally, before we hand over to Colin Raza, we will close this global updates with the guidelines review roadmap to 2026. So first of all, the global overview. So far, we have completed 7 IEC and IER, which are considered of 6 IERs and 1 IEC. So now we have a new team from Azerbaijan as a newly classified INSARAG medium team. From this region, New Zealand and Australia, they have successfully completed their IER. So congratulations to those 2 countries. And here on the right side, you can see the photos of USA 2 IER, New Zealand 1 IER, as well as Chile 1 IER. And then those photos also show the other teams. Russia 1, Russia actually here too, so congratulations to Russia as well. And then we also had Hungary 1 team IER, Azerbaijan 1 IEC, which is a new team. And then lastly, actually just 2 weeks before, Australia 2 was reclassified. And then other regional events for training and exercise meetings. We had working group meeting and team leader meeting back-to-back in Brazil back in April, followed by INSARAG steering group meeting in Geneva on 7th May. And then we also had IRNAP leadership course hosted by Korea, which was the very first IRNAP training in English. So thank you, Korea, for hosting this event. And then finally, GRG meeting also took place. And then this is not included in this PowerPoint presentation, but in AAME, we had the regional meeting in AAME in the beginning of September in Romania. So following AAME regional meeting, Asia Pacific regional meeting is the second regional meeting taking place this year. And then for the rest of the year, we still have one IER coming in, which is Qatar team. Their heavy IER will take place from 25th to 28th of November. And also in Americas, they will organize Americas ERE in the end of October, which is actually this week. And then so they will have a preparation for ERE in this week, which will lead to their Americas Regional Earthquake Response Exercise in Ecuador taking place in early December. And also in Americas, the regional meeting will take place back-to-back with ERE, just like what is happening here, which will take place following the ERE. And then upcoming regional event in Asia Pacific, we will have emergency environmental training in Asia taking place in Hua Hin next week from 3 to 8 November. And then we will also have the Pacific environmental emergency training in Nandi taking place in the end of November from 24th to 29th.
Sorry. Inject.
Do you have any comment? Okay.
Someone was sleeping.
Okay, is it everyone awake? Thank you. My voice might be too soft. Okay, so from here I would like to hand over to Winston, who will go through ICIER report.
Thanks, Haruka, for tasking me again. Yeah, colleagues, I think we saw a number of IECIERs, and this region, the AP region, is a strong region. You have many teams, many heavy teams as well, and you have also responded to earthquakes. So you say what you do, and that, congratulations. And for a number of teams actually doing reclassifications, anyone knows when was the first IEC? Anyone? Yes? 2005. So the IEC-IER system is almost 19 years strong, with many more teams in the queue. Today we have 58 teams across the world, across the globe. We have almost a dozen teams in the Asia Pacific region, and I know many teams are aspiring for IEC. And I'll speak to the teams who are doing IERs today. It's your first IER, second IER, some teams are going to the third and some to the fourth, because every 5 years we do a reclassification. And every time teams will say, what do you want to see us do? We'll just do whatever that is expected of the checklist. Now, and I tell these teams that is wrong. If it is your IER, perhaps, but it is your IERR. A mentor of mine once said, your team must demonstrate a higher level of maturity. And I hope that goes into the guidelines. It must be a team that is sleek, a team that is not fumbling setting up an RDC. With your eyes closed, not literally, you should be able to set up the UCC, able to engage with Lima, and then deploy the teams accordingly. As we saw, I think the SMART team did very well in the ERE. You know, it must be so. Because at the end of the day, we are representing INSARAG, and you look at the INSARAG logo, there is the UN logo. So in a way, you are representing part of the United Nations response. And in the first 10 days of an earthquake, what is more certain, what is more pressing, is that lives are under the rubble. While the humanitarian system is bringing in their tents and so on, the food, getting access, humanitarian aid, the USA teams have to be front and center, as I mentioned in Turkey. On the very same day we were there. So keep up this spirit, and if you are doing IERs, please raise your standards to demonstrate that you are doing a more matured IER exercise. Do I have slides?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Which one? Just 58 classified teams to date. So the message is on the slides, it's clear. We have 11 teams out of 58. I think there will be more teams coming up in the Asia Pacific. I know that a number of ASEAN teams are interested, and you are disaster prone. So what are you waiting for? And perhaps go into the community first responders and then do the INAP. And I'm looking at teams here that are also preparing for IECs in the pipeline. Who are these teams? Raise your hands. IECs and IERs. Would you like to say a few words? Are your teams ready?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, yes. You.
Thank you. Thanks, Wilson. Yeah, I'm Li Yunqiang from the Ministry of the Emergency Management of China. Yeah, as agreed by Iraq, the two IERs for China 1 and China 2 are scheduled for from 24 to 30 May 2025. Times was thought to be in these years. Due to the COVID-19 progress, we postponed it for years. The two teams now are ongoing for preparation, which are guided and supported by their mentors, Mr. Graham Hall from Australia and Mr. Lo Wei Kiang from Singapore. Comprehensive and in very detailed. We are going to organize the two IERs at the same time, just I have mentioned, but separately in the sequences and places. For each of them, two teams require capability as a level for international heavy teams deployment can be fully demonstrated. In July this year, two self-assessment exercises have been conducted in Beijing. Related documents, including CPOS, SOP, packages, and medical reports, have already been submitted to instruct. Go and not-go meeting plans are on the notice. All the decisions agreements will be finalized by this December. Besides all that, we also organized a UC training course in this June for enhance the international user coordination capability, and 16 members have just participated in APERE 2024 in Lahore, Pakistan. Meanwhile, in China, we also have two teams prepared for meeting team IEC in 2026. Hong Kong China Search and Rescue Team and Reunion Rescue Teams. I'm glad to invite my two colleagues to introduce something. Okay, Mr. Wen Yaping.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, and thank you the invitation from Winston. Yeah. Hello, my friends. I'm Meng Yaping, the Economy Man. I'm Team Focal Point of Hong Kong China Search and Rescue Team. We are a government search and rescue team, which formed by Hong Kong Fire Services Department. I would like to get this chance to announce that our team is ready to go for our IEC as a medium team in 2026 March. So please mark your schedule, and we hope that we can invite all of you to come Hong Kong to join our big day. And so, further details and invitation email and our further details we will come out in the second half of 2025. So now mark your schedule, and thank you very much. And we hope we can see you all in Hong Kong. Thank you.
的曲大帅。
Hello everyone, this is Ram Union Rescue Brigade, which is an NGO from China. It is a great honor to obtain the permission of the National Emergency Management Department and INSAR. We are specialized in conducting professional search and rescue tasks including earthquake rescue, aviation search and rescue, water rescue. Now we are preparing the IEC in 2026. We would be more engaged in activities of INSAR and hopefully learn more to help with the further rescue missions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For the teams on this list and highlighted, would like to make a comment? Singapore, Australia, Thailand.
Hi, I'm Alan from the Singapore Civil Defence Force. So we were first certified as AV team in 2008, and we're going for third reclassification itself next year, right in August. We continue to believe strongly in the mission of the INSARAG and the standards and guidelines set out. So we will continue to work hard itself and strive to do our best and make sure that we're qualified. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Charles. Australia, and then Thailand, please.
Over here.
Thank you. So I'm Doug May from Australia One in Brisbane, Queensland. Just want to acknowledge, so we classified in 2008, reclassified in 2013, 2018, and are up next year again. So we just wanted to acknowledge JDR, first of all, Japan, for supporting us through our first year of preparation, and to Fire and Emergency New Zealand and Paul Burns, who has taken on our mentorship through to September next year. And just acknowledge Winston's words on lifting our game based on being our third IER. It's on our mind to do more than just to meet the basic standard and to try and stretch ourselves a little bit into this IER. So yeah, we're taking that on board. Thanks, Winston. Thank you.
We have Thailand.
Good morning, Panida Korpan from Thailand. I am the team focal point of the Visa Thailand team. So for the Thailand team, we already submit the ADOE on 26 April 2023, last year, and we did the go/no-go assessment on just last June 2024, and right now we are scheduled to submit the CTOE in November, in November 2024, and tomorrow, next year, we are going to do full-scale exercise for the rehearsal in June 2025, and our schedule is already put in the table that we are going to IEC classify in November 2025, and with this Thailand team will be very good development our team and developing our capacity to meet the INSARAG standard. With this, we will contribute the saving life to our national in Thailand and local search and rescue, and to meet the INSARAG standard too. Please encourage Thailand team to pass the exam and in November 2025. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, right at the back, the A team. Pakistan, Park 01.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. I'm Dr. Khan, team leader, Park 01. We got the classification in 2019 as a medium team. On the same day, I think exercise was started, and it was 31st October that we were given the classification in 2019. So it's complete 5 years, and now we are looking for the reclassification in 2027, because it was due in this year, 2024, but due to COVID-19, all the teams have a 2-year extension, so we are going to have IER in 2027.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Well, we've taken some time, colleagues, to allow teams to put forward their commitment. And as you can see, the fact that they have mentors within the region, most of you, shows that it is about collaboration. This was a key word we brought from Lahore and over here, and it's a universal Innsbruck language, where we are all about collaboration, not a competition. So please keep up the good work, and if you are an aspiring team from the region, you think you have deployed to Turkey, you think you have a team that has a mandate to deploy internationally, please speak to these people that just stood up, because they know it's not a walk in the park. It's a 2-year process. There are milestones in place that they have to meet. They have got to upskill themselves, equipment and so on, in order to achieve success on their IEC or IER dates. Okay, so all the best to these teams in the coming IEC IERs. Now, moving forward, the call for classifiers. I mean, this is an endless challenge, uphill task for the classifiers, because you don't need a maths genius like Alan Stowe to tell you that if every 5 years we need to reclassify, this number will increase exponentially. For example, a team from 2005 reclassified in 2010, but in 2015 you got teams from 05 and 10 in 2015. So how are we going to manage that? It's an uphill challenge, and we invite the network to give us more ideas, whilst not compromising quality. So if you have something in mind, please feel forward to share it with the Secretariat. We have the IECR working group that will also take into account and put forward some recommendations. And upcoming, the call for classifiers, we are still short of classifiers. 177 have put forward, and you look at the AP, 16% of the overall. You have to put back to the system as well. You cannot be just taking from the system. I thought I was the only one giving injects. Very quickly get back. Okay, that means I have to quickly move on to the slides. But the more you put forward, I'm not preaching here. Someone off my mic, so it's fine. But the more you put in, I always hear that classifiers who go for IECs and IERs, in fact, take back more than what they put forward. It's a peer process, and I think the learning is so rich. And I think put forward classifiers because they will come back with new ideas, new ways of doing operational work, and that will strengthen your own team. Now, governance review is a topic I will be taking forward with the team here, with the regional chair as well. And you heard in my statements earlier about the importance of being fit for purpose. We are not going to revolutionize Innsbruck. What we want to do is, given the new threats, given the climate that we are in, is there something Innsbruck can transform ourselves to be more fit for purpose and fit for the future? If we are all in the loose term, rock breakers, waiting for the next earthquake, I can promise you, when Parliament sits and put forward the budget, they will say, when was the last time this team went for an earthquake? And it is 3-4 years ago, your budget may be cut. I can quite guarantee that. And in fact, you know, to not say a good thing out of some tragedy, Turkey revived many teams. In fact, we have more teams energized in the instruct system than what we used to serve. We became a victim of our own success. So we need the network to come in together more and more so to advocate for localization as the first step and not jump to IEC immediately. So details will be in the next session, and I'm sure the team will be able to then elaborate further on this. Okay, so this is the governance review. Now, ISG meeting, for some of you who were not at the ISG this year, I think we all know Ambassador Dominic Stillhart is now the INSRUCT Global Chair. No discussions. Anyone wants to be a deputy global chair? Raise your hands. Oh, I saw Korea. Okay, we'll take note of that. Now it's a discussion. Then you should be standing here. Next, Turkey, Syria, affection review. I mentioned this point as well. I think key is the receiving country and the sending country. The arrangements must be crystal clear, and politicians, the decision makers must be clear. Do you need assistance? At what point does assistance come in, and what type of assistance? So that will be elaborated and discussed in this session. And the after action review, we produce a comprehensive report. You have full access in your handouts. So if you don't find that, please come to me or Haruka, Sarah will get that to you. Now, all the working groups, they form a backbone of technical methodology and guidelines. You know, I spoke about Jeremy being a member, and I think several people here, Believe, for example, is in the guidelines review group, and we have 7 working groups. You know, I'll just say that the AP is actively engaged in all the 7 working groups. We hope more teams and experts can join, even the newer teams, because you have a lot in your real life operations to contribute to the working groups. So please, join the working groups, because the working groups then develop methodology and guidelines based on past earthquake response experiences, and then put forward into the guidelines review group. So what we'll say here is this, these are all the working groups, and I will commend them to your reading because it's all technical in nature. So as policy focal points, you need to support their travel to meetings and engagements. And critically, I'll just mention like here, you know, point the IDCR working group, teams who do not offer classifiers will not be considered for an IER. This is crystal clear. If you don't provide classifiers, 1 or 2 teams from the AP, then we will not be able to advance your IER. That is a given. Because you are not contributing, we cannot send classifiers because that is a very limited resource of the Secretariat, of the network in fact. And then second, I think on the flood response working group. Jeremy, you like to say something on this? Because this is, I think, a very important aspect in the INSRUCT.
From the flood response to security, I've got to catch up with the whole group tomorrow, so we get to stand a little bit more. For the point where we've got the directory ready to go, we're working with INSRUCT to have the directory updated on the OSOC, which gives teams an opportunity to identify what their capabilities are, so that the global community can then see who is available for response. You've made a very good point, this is voluntary. Flexible response is voluntary. It's about the teams putting their hand up to say, yes, we can support other countries, and then it's about the 2 countries collaborating to how that's going to work. But it's identified as a collective, how we can push forward similar capabilities to support the response needs.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy, and more of these in the coming sessions. But it is clear, we cannot just sit around and read about floods and then wait for an earthquake. We have skilled plus skilled rescuers. We must do something. Basanas, air, land, and sea. Okay, you can do more. So we must put forward these assets, these capabilities to our neighbors within the region and support each other in times of crisis when called upon. The governance review was endorsed. We are still in discussions. There were 52 recommendations. We have trimmed them down to the top 10 to 15, and we count on your advice to move forward. And if you're not going to change something, you don't change. Okay, like if you think an element, the things, if it's not broken, don't change it, as they say. So the governance review was developed for this very reason, because key and foremost was that the global chair has been the Swiss for the last 33 years. Could it be somebody from somewhere else, maybe from this region, that wants to be the global chair of INSERA? Anyone here? Raise your hands. Okay, I see Korea getting excited again. Okay, let's start with the ERP, okay, in Korea. No, but really, the whole idea of the Swiss, but being a neutral and being an investor status, and we know their budget is also much bigger than Rochas, so they are able, they have the cloud, and they host the HFPWISG. You know, this is a lot of resources, but the key point was also the neutrality that Switzerland brings to the table. And unanimously, we have that agreed at the ISG. And Dominic is one of the leaders from ICRC previously, the last 2-3 decades, and then bringing that wealth of humanitarian experience into INSERA, and we really appreciate that. So we'll see more of this in the next session. Guidelines review group. Okay, 480 experts so far. Believe you have anything to add? 2 minutes? Inject.
So, good morning again. Thank you to our hosts for having us here. The guidelines review group met last time in Turkey back in September, and we have issued deadlines with all respect to all their working groups to look at their inputs for the upcoming publishing of the guidelines in 26. And so, that's like far from
30 seconds.
But with the board members and working groups, if you have inputs to the working groups, please do so as soon as you can, because we will be requiring the first inputs to the working groups in the relatively regular guidelines by the end of January 26 at 25, and then they will go through a consultation process to be released in 26. So you have your memberships, the representative for AE representatives of working groups. Please use them to put their inputs as much as you can, so that we can include whatever it is that's required in the new guidelines. Thank you.
Thanks, Billy. So key is this, version 2026. We should hear a more comprehensive update from the GRG at next year's ISG. Because all the working groups, the work of the working groups all feed into the GRG. The final guidelines review will come from the GRG, with the inputs, the collective inputs of all the working groups on the technical side. And for the policy colleagues that are here, you know, it is volume 1 of the guidelines, and where you see that there are areas that can be added in, please give the feedback to your regional GRG members or directly to the Secretariat. Okay? And this review is done every 5 years. IM working group. I think one point about IM working group, and we'll go into more detailed discussions, is this thing on the ICMS licenses, and one of the inputs coming out from the regional meeting of the AEME, Africa, Europe, Middle East, is that teams who use the ICMS have to contribute for the subscription, and we are looking at about $1,000 per year. to purchase the license and for them to develop a new version and so on. Okay, I'm not asking an answer now, but with an external system, there will be subscription that must be paid, and I know for the next 2 years it will be funded by an European team, and this will be announced at the Instruct Steering Group next year. Medical Working Group, again working on the technical lessons from the AAR and putting forward, especially information like crush syndrome, how to deal with crush injuries. These have been huge lessons coming out from Turkey, as well as even health and safety. Asbestos was found on scene. How do we protect ourselves and our rescuers? National Capacity Building Working Group, we spoke about INET, community first responders. The details are available, and when we go into the strategy, consider adopting this in this region. Flood response working group, we spoke about it. Training working group continue to develop their own training to particularly the methodology of the UC and also the IECR leadership training in Qatar. We spoke about this already, so I'll just move forward very quickly. These are participants' regional updates. Okay, over to you, please.
Okay, so before I hand over to Golden Raza to provide a regional update on Asia Pacific, I would like to quickly introduce the regional update from other regions. So now we are looking at AEME updates. Most of the events are already presented in the global overview, but please note that they are having several user coordination courses took place in the region, and I'm sure that some of you have participated to the event. And also, they have conducted capacity assessment in Iran or user capacity, and also they will have upcoming events and exercises, which includes, I would like to just highlight more UC courses that are taking place, as well as UC TOT courses at the regional level. And this is I would like to present more on this idea of UC TOT, because the last TOT we had in Asia Pacific was 2019, and we definitely need to update the trainer, the roster of trainers at the regional level. So please take note that there's many UC courses in place in Europe, including TOT courses, which hopefully some of you will consider hosting in coming years. And then next is updates from Americas region. Again, those ICIRs are already presented, so I would like to just highlight on the different topics, which is on the right side of the screen. For localization, Americas still remaining leading in implementing ERNAP. So they are having two countries in process of ERNAP, and also taking the course for the ERNAP that now is taking place in coming weeks. And also their participation to flood response working group has been very active, and also they are planning to go organize the user and gender forum webinar. As you saw in Winston's PowerPoint presentation, the gender balance of concern classifiers are very far from equal, so America's region is also addressing this point. So this is another consideration for Asia Pacific region when we discuss the regional planning for next year on ERNAP, the localization, flexible response, as Jeremy also mentioned, and also work on the partnership. And then these are the updates on the global ISROC network, and then I would like to hand over to Colin Raza, who will provide work progress of Asia Pacific region.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will be briefing you on behalf of the National Disaster Management Authority, being the Asia Pacific, INSARAG Asia Pacific Regional Chair for the year 2024. in a bird's eye view, the activities that have been undertaken, they form 25% of the total activities under the work plan and globally also. Most of the activities have already been undertaken. Some of them are ongoing, and there are a couple of activities that are still to be planned. Now, coming over to the details, strategic objectives, I'll be covering them first as per the strategic objectives, that is the quality standards, localization, flexible response, and the partnerships. Now, coming over to the strategic objective 1, the ISGA's meeting of the 7th May has already been undertaken, and most of you were there to attend that. IER New Zealand 1 has already been undertaken from 28th to 30th of May. Again, IER New South Wales, Australia 2 has been undertaken from 14th to 18th October. And the International Rescue Challenge, which you just attended at Lahore from 21st to 22nd of October. Then Asia Pacific, again the Regional Earthquake Response Exercise APERE, which you have just attended at Lahore from 23rd to 26th of October. Coming over to the localization, it is the Ensaraj recognized National Accreditation Process Leadership Course. It has been held in South Korea from 3rd to 5th of September. Then again the same Asia Pacific Response Earthquake Exercise that I already mentioned has been attended by most of you at Lahore. For the flexible response, it is the International Rescue Challenge that took place in Lahore, and the partnerships included not only the Asia Pacific Response Exercise, the International Rescue Challenge, and the environmental emergency training in Asia, Thailand, and then in Pacific at Fiji. So my apologies, the last two are the upcoming activities. Now the same activities, if highlighted that which are the upcoming activities and which are completed, are as shown, and I've already covered them as per the details that have been indicated as per their objectives. So this is one of the Ensaraj recognized National Accreditation Process Leadership Course which took place in Korea from 2 to 5th of September, hosted by the National Fire Agency of Republic of Korea. There were 19 participants from the globally and 13 from the Asia Pacific region. Not to mention the Asia Pacific Earthquake Response Exercise which you have just attended at Lahore, kind courtesy Rescue Punjab Emergency Services Rescue 1122, that has already been undertaken. So this was a very short update from my side. So thank you, and back to Haruka.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Father Raza. Before I close this session, I would like to ask if there is any question or comment from the floor. If not, thank you very much. I would like to hand it over to MC to introduce the next session.
Thank you, Haruka. We are now moving towards the session 3, which is on governance review and consultation, and I would like to introduce our speakers for this session. So the first speaker is again Haruka from Ensaraj Asia Pacific Regional Focal Point, and the next speaker is Winston Chen for Ensaraj Global Lead, and for the introduction of breakout session, we will invite Mr. Anantu, who is Singapore Civil Defence Force Commander Corporate Service Hub East. So I would like to take over the floor to our speakers and then later to the Anantu for the breakout session.
Okay, thank you very much again. I'll be moderating this session. First, as it is written in your agenda, this is the part one of this consultation on the the governance review. We will use this time to set a stage before we break into discussions, which will be led by Ananto sitting here. So first of all, before we start, I'd like to highlight that it is very important opportunity for Asia Pacific to all the participants to contribute to this discussion. So please listen, take note, and present your position. And then I would like to introduce Winston, who will go through the global consultation progress. Thank you.
Okay, thanks again. I think I'll be short because I've been speaking all the sessions. But colleagues, nevertheless, we spoke about this being a point in time. I think any organization will never pat themselves on the back and say, we are the best. Okay, we can only get better. And I think INSERAC is one that says, let's do a review. What did we do well? What can we improve for the future? To be fit for purpose. And that's the word I make no apologies repeating, because we have to evolve. We can't sit still, or we will go the path of dinosaurs. So your advice and feedback as policy focal points is crucial to the decisions from the AP. So very quickly, colleagues, in setting the stage, I would like to, next slide please. Okay. Now there was a 100-page report that was produced, if you recall, and I'm not sure how many of you have read it, but it is there, okay? So take a look at it, and if you need details of each of these 8 thematic areas, the details are in that report. And we were given the task as the Secretariat at the ISG when the global chair and regional chairs and the INSERAC steering group agreed that 52 recommendations is way too much. Come on, okay? Let's be pragmatic and let's look at 10 to 15 of the most critical, or let's prioritize them. And the Secretariat was tasked to consult with the network. We sent several emails out. We got some good feedback, and everybody said these are the 8 areas. And you heard us say classification is one, localization. Now all these are motherhood words that is core in INSERAC. The global strategy, okay? Accountability and compliance. These are key points in INSERAC. Decision making, that's important. How do we all decide collectively? And then the leadership and governance. So each of them, there are questions. And I'm not going to go into the questions now, but there will be a breakout session, and that's where you will all participate and give your views. And we hope that at the end of the session 3, we will come to an AP decision. So we are facilitating that. Alan is there that will explain the breakout process. Bruce is there paying much with full attention, taking notes and so on. So we are all covered. So this is clear. I mentioned this is ISG, and I hope many of you who have not been to Geneva, this is the CICG. You know, lots of networking. Please come and attend the ISG, and also, yeah, make your voice count in the INSERAC steering group meeting in Geneva. And the key point, I mean, you know, Dominic gave a lot of wise words. I think the key point is this: we want to enhance inclusivity and responsiveness. We are an inclusive network. We are apolitical. I can not emphasize more on this fact. You know, we have to leave politics out of the game. That's one. And then we are talking about collaboration, collaborative decisions. This has been said by so many people, okay? The NDMA head, the DGs that I spoke to as well from Rescue 1122. And this will shape our future. Okay, so please, you're from NGO team, you're from a light team, medium team, heavy team, whatever, you're a donor. Please, everybody's decision matter. And the strength of Insurrect, that's Sebastian, he wants me to say this, and I think it's rightful, that the strength lies in his members. It's all of you. And never have I seen any event where everybody just loves to take photos, group photos. And I said, I remember this only in the big Chinese wedding, where everybody wants to take photos, you know, because everyone is a family. So we sit here, and family that stays together, keeps together, and we move forward together. Okay, so this is the strength of Insurrect. And putting a face to a name is ever so critical. This came up from the ERE in Lahore, that in a real disaster, we will respond immediately, hit the ground running. So where we stand, now very quickly, the regional discussions are taking place. There was the Romania event where we had the discussions. This is now the AP event for AP decision. And then in December will be the Americas regional meeting just like that, and Sebastian will be there to also again encourage engagements and for America's regional position. And then we will analyze the results and put forward a draft global position in January, where we have the New Year call with the new group of regional chairs. So the regional chairs, please take note that you will represent your regions in putting forward your respective regional position, and let's hope we can agree towards a global position. And this global position will then, the revisions will go into the Insurrect guidelines in volume 1 especially. So anything, colleagues, anyone has any questions, clarifications?
Thank you, Winston. So before handing over to Alan, who will introduce how we proceed with the discussion, I'd like to first introduce Colonel Raza for a short statement to encourage your participation to this focus discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, after this session, we are going for the governance review, and we are going to go into the breakout session. I'm sure Alan is going to give you a good brief on that. So we would encourage that you participate in that wholeheartedly. You give us those important points that would be necessary for us to, so that can be endorsed from the Asia Pacific, and later on, we can present them in the during the governance review, and this would allow us to give the point of view of the Asia Pacific, rather than to wait for the other regional chairs to give their points and then we have to just follow that. So it's better that you give your views and they can be endorsed here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colonel Raza. And then I'd like to hand it over to Alan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe you want to take a seat below. It'll take some time. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alan. I'm from Singapore, and I'm sure you have heard enough of the genesis and the importance of this review. So now, without further ado, I will just give you more details how we're going to go about doing the breakout session. Sorry, this is not the slides. give them about 1 or 2 minutes to get the right slides up. So we like to deal with injuries. That's the problem with ESCOM.
All the slides, ask them if they got any questions I can answer. You got any questions?
Yes, so Winston cannot stand still, cannot sit still. So he's inviting for questions. And those who ask a question will get a prize later on. So anyone? So far, yes.
Hello everyone. My name is Hassan Chishi. I represent an international organization. My question is that how do you integrate the working of international humanitarian organization into this rescue and search teams and operations in each country? Is there any guideline that could be followed by the international organization? Because these organizations are also working in silos and participating in rescue operations along with different government organizations as well as by their own.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think first and foremost, let's be clear that any response to a disaster is led by the national lead authorities. That is clear. And where it goes, and if you are a national society or organization, or civil society, NGO, companies, what have you, and you want to contribute, then you support the national effort. That is clear. And engage and build this rapport and relationship now, before the disaster happened. And we've seen that in Turkey. Huge number of external stakeholders. And they already have a plan in place on how they support their provinces, their districts, their communities. So rule number one, how are you going to help within your own community as the first step? And any international team that come on board, that's Instruct 101. And that is, you follow internationally agreed response arrangement. You go through the virtual, that's why if you have been the ERE, you go through the virtual OSOP, mentioning your team, where you're coming. And then there's a reception departure center, the airport, the UCC, USA coordination cell, and then you get deployed in support of the national teams leading the response. Okay, so join the local authorities as the first step. But with regards to the governance review, are we ready? Okay.
Any more questions for Winston?
No, your slides ready.
My slides.
Okay. Please.
All right, we are now at part one, which is setting the stage. Now, the moment I finish my briefing, I think we shall break into the breakout session. We will not wait until 12 o'clock because I think the more time we have in the session to discuss, the better. Right? Then, the breakout session is labeled as part 2, and that will bring us all the way to 3 p.m. Now, that will also include an hour lunch in between. And part 3, I will have consolidated all the results from the 3 groups. And then we'll be reporting out to all of you here to let you know our AP positions. So far, so good? Now, where are the venues? Crystal Ballroom is here. So this is one of the venues for the breakout session. So later on, whoever is supposed to be here, you can move to the front, right? And then the presenter will be here. And in Crystal Ballroom, we are dealing with the thematic issues of leadership and government. There are 3 questions in it. Decision making, mandate, and responsibility. There are 2 questions in it. And in this session here, in the ballroom, it is in charge by Colonel Razava. Right? He's here. Can you please stand up? In case they want to know you. Alright. So the first session will have more than 40 minutes for sure. Right? And we also have an assistant later on, to take down the books and all this. I'll introduce to them later on. Now, Lapis Ballroom and Jade Ballroom is just outside the main entrance. So once you walk up 15 steps on the left is Lapis Ballroom. Over there we have Dr. Farhan in charge. Where's Dr. Farhan? He just ran out. Okay, from Pakistan, and he will be going through with you accountabilities and compliance. There are 4 questions in it. Global meetings, 2 questions, as well as classification, 2 questions. On the right is Jade Ballroom. Over there, Mr. Iwata is, yes. He will be in charge, and he will be bringing you through global strategy 2025 to 2030. There's only 1 question for that thematic issue. NGOs and partners. There are 4 questions, and localization. There are 2 questions. 2 questions in this topic. Another inject. Alright. So ask them to click on it. Alright, so this is how we organize you. Group A. We have Australia, Japan, and for Pakistan, it will be the focal points. I am sure there are many other participants from Pakistan in this room. I think probably you can remain in this Crystal Ballroom. Yeah, because I think the focal points will be representing the country to make a decision on all these issues that we put forth. Singapore and Tuvalu. So all of you will be grouped under Group A. And you have a group assistant, Panka. Where are you, Panka? Yeah, so Group A, remember that gentleman over there will be guiding you to the different rooms for the day. Okay, thank you, Panka. Now, Group B, we have China, Samoa, Sri Lanka, Japan, and Nepal. Alright, so Group B, you have an assistant, Aswanya. Where are you? Aswanya. Yeah, over there. Raise your hand, please. Yes. So he will be guiding you to the different rotational rooms later on. And Group C, we have Indonesia, we have Malaysia, we have Philippines, we also have Russia, South Korea, and Turkey. And guiding this group is Sabi. Sabi, where are you? And Sabi is not here. Okay. But anyway, the rooms are all within the vicinity here, so I think it's not difficult to find it. And we also have New Zealand, who has already given us their position. So it's over here, and I'll be collating the result together with the rest of you. Next. Right, so this is how we are going to rotate the groups. Please take note of the time, right, because it's very tight, right? So that's why I say after I finish my briefing, I think we should commence, and then at 12:40, the first session will be conducted, right? So group A, please remain in this room, right? Please remain in this room. Group B, you can proceed to Lapis Ballroom, and Group C to Jade Ballroom, right? So at 12:40, the assistant will give you an indication that it's lunchtime, okay? Then you have 1 hour of lunch. Sabi is here? Yeah, Sabi, for Group C. Hi, Sabi, thanks. Okay, so you have 1 hour of lunch from 12:40 to 1:40, and lunch will be served behind at the tea break area, right over there. Right, and please be back in the respective room by 1:40 to start your session 2 of the rotation. Group C will be in Crystal Ballroom. So please take a picture if you wish to. Group A will be at Lapis Ballroom, and Group B will be at Jade Ballroom. Okay? And then we have the final rotation at 2:20, and we will finish at 3 o'clock. Group B will be at Crystal Ballroom. Group C will be at Lapis, and Group A will be at Jade. Okay, next slide please. Now, these are the rules for the breakout session. We want to keep within the time limit. Otherwise, if you don't move, the other group cannot count in. Right? So, we have assistants to do that. Please cooperate with them. Now, it's important for you to put forth your position on the issues. Right? So, one country can only have a vote. Right, so for example, in China, you have 3 different so-called organizations, it's only 1 vote. Alright, so just be clear on that. And then you can have your own internal discussion before you put forth your final decision. Right, now we saw just now, right, we have Russia and Turkey. Right, so you still can vote, and we will put all your information back to the respective region. Alright, so it will not be consolidated today over here. Okay, because this is for you. Right? So please make sure that you have a firm decision, firm position on the issues that are put forth for discussion. Right? So that the chair can bring to the global meeting this year and have a final consolidation. Next slide. I think that's all for me. So please, Group B, can you stand up? Group B, you will follow us 1 yard. Okay? Please. Group A will remain in this room, and you can come forward later on. So at 3 o'clock we will have the tea break, and 3:30 we will start the reporting of session, and that will end at 5 o'clock for today. You will follow Sabi to J Ballroom, Group C. Alright, for Group A, you may want to come forward. And Colonel Razaba, we're going to start the session.
I'm just getting with that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much.
ये क्या
सर ये माइक है, ये लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रही है।
ना कर यार लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग मुझे बुलवाएगा वहाँ से उल्टा सीधा मैंने बोलना है ऐसे छोड़ मुझे ना किया कर लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग इस उम्र
सर अभी ना लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रहा
है मशहूर हो नौकरी मिलती नहीं है
आवाज आ रही हो।
चल इतने बंदे आ गए फिर इसके ऊपर लगा दो है
खैर है
नहीं यही तो चलानी है वहाँ पे चलानी है
कर देते ना अभी तक अब सारा के पीसी के साथ स्विच करें सर can you press the third button on that?
No, she's having something else on her head. But what happened?
We need to hide the display for a bit.
I just have to.
नहीं उसको कॉपी कर लो
वो कह रही हूँ सर ये ओपन होने पहले।
अभी 30 मिनट्स बाद ही आपने करना है सर
हैं
ब्रेकआउट सेशन 30 मिनट
नहीं स्लाइड खराब है
नहीं USB नहीं लोड हो
USB लोड नहीं हो रही
एक जगह आकर नोट टेकिंग के लिए
किधर
इधर कौन नोट टेकिंग कर रहा है
सर इधर पंकज भी कर
और पंकज लगवाएगा यार पंकज का नाम कितना मजेदार लिया था
इधर कर
यार उसको फिर बुला यार बात सुन वो मेरे ख्याल नहीं हो रही ना ये लोड होगी है आ गई चल आ गई हाँ ये वाला पहला हाँ हाँ ये पॉइंट कौन नोट कर रहा है आप कर रही हैं पंकज तो लगवाएगा किधर है शाफिन कर रहा है ना शाफिन तो कर रहा है
क्या यार मजाक है यार
We were living in Budaya district.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all those participants from the group A are here. I think the countries include Australia, Pakistan, Japan, Singapore, and Tuvalu. Okay. Now, we've just got 40 minutes to, come up to the consensus on these 4 points. So basically, there are two. One is leadership and governance, and the other one is आगे click करें. अगला click करो. Click करो जरा. And the other one is decision making mandate and responsibilities. So both of these main topics, they have a certain number of questions. We'll come over to the first one. पीछे है. Leadership and governance. Should one of the regional chairs act as a deputy global chair? So as already highlighted by Alan, one is one country, one vote for each of the question. Then it has to be a firm decision whether it's a yes or a no, or whether you are supporting it or not, you agree or disagree, and all that. So the question is in front of you. Now I would like to, you can discuss it among yourself and then come up with a response, please. Should one of the regional chairs act as a deputy global chair? And please do give me the logic behind that also. Yes, ma'am.
We don't think it's necessary. We think the global chair is doing a fabulous job, and they are individual, which makes it easier for them to engage. But if it's decided that there should be a deputy chair, that deputy chair needs to come from Americas or the AP region to make sure that there's balance in the system. So that's Australia.
And the logic behind why they should come from Americas and the AP region?
Because the Swiss are already in the AEME, so there's cultural reasons as to why they would align more with the European systems, because they don't understand a lot of the European teams don't understand the additional risks that the AP region faces, whether that's hydrometeorological, climate change, those sorts of things, and that need for thinking outside of just earthquake response. So that's where they're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So your proposal is, I think,
So my proposal
From Asia.
was no, we like having just the global chair, but if there is the decision that there is
They come from Americas and...
then it needs to come from one of the other two regions.
okay.
But then I have a further question. So what would be the TOR of this additional regional chair to support the global chair?
I think it would be that if there is, so if you have the 3 regional chairs and the global chair,
Yes.
trying to do a tie break or a discussion, that's 4. So you could have a 5th for a tie break if there was a vote required, because next questions is should the Secretariat, and I think if there's tie breakers, then it should be just the global chair and the regional chairs, and then if there can't be a decision, then the Secretariat gets involved, so that we have these layers of escalation discussion, not escalation.
Yeah.
Layers of discussion. Yeah,
So
that's where we're...
if I put it in other words if I put it in other words, you would say that you don't want a top-heavy Insiraj setup.
No.
It should be as it is, this is the first choice, and in case there is a compulsion that we go for a deputy global chair, then it should be from either the Americas or from the Asia Pacific.
Yes.
Okay. So Australia has given its views. Now Pakistan.
I think it's basically being top, rather than being top heavy, I think we already have representations from all the different regions, and So, and if it has to be, I think it's right that having a different diverse would be much better. Since we already, so if we're going to add, in addition to the regional representations that the region that we have, because they're giving their point of view with the perspective of their region, and then if it has to be, then it should be somebody from, from this region, Asia or whatever.
Okay, Japan?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you. So first of all, I'd say I like this idea. I really difficult to decide yes or no about. So yeah. So I say we should clarify what is the role, specific role, and of other ones. Yeah.
First,
Sure,
define
right.
the roles and responsibilities, yes.
Yeah, after deciding that, so we should answer that.
So I think
Okay.
question number 2 and then back to...
Yes, so, but would you think that the current structure of having one global chair and 3 regional chair, do you think it's already sufficient?
No, I think
That's why
it's basically, I think you're in a much better position to advise, because if the Secretariat is able to handle all the affairs, do you need another Deputy Global Chair?
Well, so far, I don't see a need, from Secretariat perspective, I don't see a need. But I agree that the oldest regional chairs need to have very strong voice, supported by the whole region, so that the Asia-Pacific point of view would be reflected to the global strategy. I think that's in line with Matt.
So that's the Asia-Pacific region is already presenting that region-wise, because we are
Exactly. But then those regional chair system can be
at the steering group meeting or others, so that each
stronger.
region is representing their points.
Yeah. So, for example, like I can.
So I think
support.
if we can see what are the roles and what would be the roles and responsibilities of the Deputy Global Chair, I think we'll be in a much better position to.
Yeah, but then this is the second layer of question. So first, would we need to have a deputy global chair? If it's yes, then what would be the TOR?
Yeah, so I think if we can go to number 2 and then come back to number 1,
Exactly,
I think we'll be in a much better
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's presume that all of us are on a consensus that it should be a yes for the point number 1. So if it's a yes, what would be the roles and responsibilities of the Deputy Regional Chair, Global Chair?
So let's look at the responsibilities of the Global Chair and see how many can be devolved.
Exactly.
First one is the coordination and monitoring.
Maybe let's look at.
That will be from the region and representing the Secretariat at the same time. That would be in much better position to know one region, but at the same time he or she can coordinate the other region, the coordination, and at the same time monitoring can be done at the zone.
Well, the logical answer is already what Dr. Saab has just said, that we need to first see what are the responsibilities of the global chair, and from that which can be now deputed to the deputy global chair. Okay.
Yes, I'm trying to look for a quotation from guidelines, because it's defined in volume 1, but then it's basically the overview of the whole INSARAG system, and make a decision at the global meeting at the ISG, and hosting ISG as well as a decision making venue for INSARAG. That's why it's always taking place.
So are we expecting that we'll
Switzerland.
be changing the main meeting from Geneva to somewhere else?
So if there's a global chair system, it will also make it possible to host global, steering group in other countries. But then, as you know, the capacity that it requires to host steering group meeting is so much.
Unless Australia wants to go ahead.
Oh gosh, no.
So I think we still.
It's far away and expensive for everyone to visit us to do only one meeting. Whereas when you go to Geneva, you've got that whole
So I think
week
makes sense
being able to engage with other
to
partners.
keep it in Geneva, and I think everybody would.
And it's never in silos. It's always linked in HNPW, Yeah. So there are other activities also. Yeah.
So it makes sense.
So it's back to square one for me at least. So it's yes from, it's actually a yes and a no from Australia, and Pakistan is, it's a no. Okay. And Pakistan is following suit. So you're also saying no.
Yeah,
Okay.
if there is a real need, the roles and responsibility is clear, somebody's going to host it and something else, which is again a huge challenge, and it makes sense if it is going to be, and if there is a role which they need to perform, there are certain things which they need to do, then it makes all sense, but it has to be very clear why we need a deputy global chair. Because when you have the regional representations, then,
Fine. And Japan is also saying the same thing. It's a no from your side also. Okay. So may I ask Singapore?
Yes, I'm Alan from Singapore, and we also don't see the need for a deputy global chair, and our reasons are that the current system is working well, and there is already representation by the regional chairs, and I'm sure that before the global chairs make any kind of decision itself, consultations would have been done, and because there is already this process in place, I don't really see the need of a deputy global chair at this point.
Okay.
Well, if you ask us what are the duties and responsibilities, I suppose that he will serve as as a redundancy layer itself in case the global chair is not around. Then someone will then come in itself to take this particular role. So, yeah. For now, we don't think there will be need to do so.
There is no need.
Thank you.
Okay.
This was actually based on Switzerland. Because Switzerland has been a global chair for quite a long time. That's why they asked if the network still supports this idea.
So Tewalo is left, maybe, ma'am?
Would be too much for most of us. We couldn't.
So I think all of us support the.
It's a no.
It's a no.
We're pretty new to this as well, and I think it is working. But in the case that there is a collapse in the current chair responsibility, I think it's then descaled down to the regional chairs to decide what next to do. You've got the system in place, and it's not broken, so why mess it up?
Perfect.
Yeah, the only other point we raised is that I already said, as you were saying, it already works. The fact that we have a global chair and the fact that we have 3 regional chairs is a perfect board establishment. That board establishment is about those 3 pieces informing the one piece, so there can be a collective agreement between each one of the regional areas.
Thank you, Jamie. So you've made my job easier, so the question number 2 is off. Now we go on straight to question number 3. How will this impact or strengthen the Insaraj secretarial, the steering group?
If it's a no, then it's.
It's already strong.
So so there's no impact. No impact.
And if you say yes, then you have to answer it.
आगे चलेंगे? Yeah. So coming over to the second one, that's decision making, mandate and responsibilities. Consensus is endorsed when nobody eligible to vote the objects objects. So do you agree to that, or do you disagree? And the reasons. A comes first and Australia is first.
We did have pre-meetings, so we're cheating. So my first question is, it's not clear who is eligible to vote. So until that's made clear, many of the questions that we're going to be asked can't really be answered. So if we assume one country, one vote, what happens when we get down to the level at policy focal point, operational focal point? Are there some meetings where it's only the policy focal point that can vote? Is it 2 votes? So some of that needs clarification. On the consensus aspect, I think our position is we disagree if there is one objection. So like the UNGA, if there's one objection, then we would like it to go to a vote. but with clarity around who can vote. Okay? So that's our position. And then if, you know, there is an issue with that consensus, then it would be the regional chairs with the global chair, not the secretariat, so that there's still another layer for discussion. Should the global chair say, this is quite tricky, then they can go to the secretariat and say, let's work through this with the regional chairs. So it's a layered position.
All silent? Any points?
There was one more thing to that,
Yeah.
Meg, and that was that we didn't think a unanimous vote was required, so.
Well, that's what I was saying. If it goes to consensus and there's one objection, then it would go to an official vote.
A little point of clarity is that it's not requiring unanimous, allow someone to abstain.
That's right. So it's the
So
normal
if there's
system. It's
So
the
it
normal
gives them
system.
the opportunity to abstain without affecting progress.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. How many times have we had a disagreement?
Once
Yeah.
in the history.
Which one was that?
The other regional group.
Yeah.
They couldn't agree on who would be the next regional chair.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yes.
Oh,
So it's not a
Yeah. Whereas
catastrophic.
we're struggling to find out.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Yes. So about the vote.
I think the other last I think it was from the group side, we added floods and we were also trying to add forest fires to it. And that's where the group was, but I think strongly we're going beyond the rubble. I think we include flood and forest fires because that's becoming a challenge even for us.
Absolutely.
So I think those are the best practices that we would start sharing beyond the rubble as well. So I think that would be something good and we can add that.
So, sir, what is the stance of Pakistan?
I think where we agreed to add a couple of areas, which was the flood response is becoming a big thing, and so that's what we added. But at the same time, I think we have a lot of lessons learned from Australia and the US regarding the forest fires that we need to gain experience from, because it's now a huge problem. Probably you will not get an earthquake in many years, but you're getting forest fires every year.
Yeah.
Sometimes one night you have 3 fires and it's pretty crazy. So I think, yes, we need to learn a lot from one another, how we're going to be planning and how we're going to be doing that.
Yeah, and this is why, like in the time that I've been in the space, when I first entered, it was unanimous from other regions. No, it's just earthquake. And I'm looking at our region going, that's not acceptable. We don't have the resources, we don't have the manpower to build separate systems.
Exactly.
So if we went with consensus,
Yeah.
we never would have got flood response working group up. We wouldn't be able to have discussions on forest fires. So that's why we are not particularly encouraged by consensus and then that means, you know, potentially you've got a breakaway region because we're like, well, we've got so many risks, we need to manage them, we're going to just have to do other.
Exactly. So some of the
We
technical
need to
areas,
adopt
like
the best
so
practices, whatever are there, you know, so we don't
Exactly.
need to reinvent a wheel. If somebody is doing better and we can adopt all those best practices for them, I think it's time that we started doing that.
Exactly. So the flood response is a good example, but another good example is also NAP, EARNAP.
Yeah.
Not all the countries are participating in NAP and EARNAP, and it's also okay. It doesn't have to be consensus.
That's right.
But then it could be consensus to recognize why it is important.
Yes. Yeah.
But then implementation, it also depends.
The search and rescue teams have to multitask.
Yes,
you
of
can't
course.
have a team in a country for every specific thing, so they need to multitask. So
Yes.
if we can set the standards globally, like the health sector does it now, whether we are, the benchmarks have been set by the European Union and the others. So I think here also the trainings need to be, because you know, since I'm dealing now with multi-sector, we are an integrated emergency services system. So when I go to the health sector, I find all the standards for different areas. And when we come to search and rescue and the fire services and all the others, we don't find a global. So I'm either going in for NFPA of USA or other standards. So I think going beyond the rubble, when we have a very good and effective body which has come up, I think it's time to go beyond the rubble and I think look at not just flood response, forest fire is going to be a reality. The climate change and others, it's going to be a problem for all the countries. And I think it's a far bigger problem even than the floods, because the floods are going to be in specific areas, certain areas get affected. This is huge, and you're dealing with this is a nightmare.
So, sir, now I understand we are neither going in for a consensus, neither are we giving the veto power to that to the global chair also. So that's it. So okay. So how are we going to come to a conclusion? Otherwise, I mean.
We need to go in beyond the rubble, not just with the rubble and then the floods, but we standardize the search and rescue systems and procedures as per the requirement. So let's go in for the best practices for all. Let's sit down and standardize those. So that everybody follows the same, like we're going to do it now for the community teams. It's wonderful.
So should we go?
Why are we adopting specifically for one country or another?
So should we go for a voting also, that the majority is the authority, or what?
But I guess all these details, we do not need to build a consensus. I think the consensus is more about the ISG decision making. Exactly.
Flexible response first came up.
Exactly.
And it was rejected. So we've got things like we engage with Europe, and we say, oh yeah, and we do snow rescue, and they go, oh my God, you can't do that. That's a snow team, and it's like, that is our snow team. Like we don't have, and we build our responses around our risks. So you shouldn't be able to put in place things that stop us from using these extraordinary skills and systems to manage our regional risks.
I think I fully agree with the flexible response. It should be a flexible response. You know, if there are some best practices which have been adopted by one country, why can't we sit down and standardize and make it for all? It's easier for everybody to follow, rather than reinventing the wheel or something like that, or trying to go in for one country specific thing. Let's make them as the global best practices.
So it's a no by Australia and Pakistan for both of these points.
Yeah, I think the veto and so I think we would probably, and from the region, I think we would agree that flexible response, and we standardize all the trainings and everything else, and bring everybody at the same level. Why not?
Okay.
So it's a right to life for everybody.
Japan, maybe if you could add your point of view.
So for Japan, I personally agree with this. I think that only important decisions should be voted. For instance, sending classifiers, which is really important issue, right? So now we have to send some classifiers in order to pass our own IER, right? So which is really important. That's why in that case we have to vote. That's why I do this partially agree with this.
So vote for what system? Could you? Sorry, I missed it.
Well, for instance, maybe we can vote, through maybe QR code on the screen.
So
so that you cannot see who's voted.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I would be happy with that. Yeah.
Okay. And the second point?
That could be, a situation where you had a disagreement as far as the chair selection is concerned.
Exactly.
So for that, yes, you can go in for that kind of QR or whatever you want to do. So that's fine. So you can probably recommend that if there is going to be a dispute in terms of who's going to be the chair or the regional chair, and if there are more than one country competing, fine. Then we can have QR more action over there taking place.
So we don't have to change the system.
Yeah, we don't have to say. Yeah, for that, yes. But for the others, I think we need to go in for a more flexible response.
So the no's are basically conditional that now.
Conditional. If it's always been just because of this. So I think, but otherwise, if it's going to be, like what she said it was going flexible response, but then just limited it and vetoed it, said it's just going to be limited to this.
So my friends from Singapore.
So for consensus, we agree, right? No one
votes to object itself, then consensus is achieved, right? On the rare occasion where consensus cannot be achieved, we think that we have to make a practical decision itself, which is that the global chair can, make in consultation with regional chairs itself.
So Singapore, it's yes on both accounts.
Yes. Okay. Because our point on the second point is that we just give the simple example itself where Haruka just mentioned that you need a regional chair, right? But consensus cannot be achieved. The fact is that you need to have one, and somebody then has to make a decision. So if we have to go with full consensus, it's not practical. And I'm sure that in that particular instance itself, the regional chair must have discussed with the global chairs and made a decision so that there is a practical solution there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Tevalo?
For Tuvalu, I'm not only speaking on Tuvalu's behalf, but as part of a wider region who is under-resourced on these fronts. So we disagree with this simply to allow our voices to be heard through the structure that already exists. And in the event that there is, or in the rare occasion where there is no consensus, we come back to the region to discuss what is best suitable for the need of our own region, and then we escalate that to the global structure.
So it's no on both of accounts.
No on both.
So we go in for voting?
Yep.
Do we agree?
Yeah. So I don't think one region should be able to override the needs of another region. That's our concern. So
all the member states will vote.
And because there's not many of us in the region, and other regions just go, oh, but you're not special and important. They just cannot comprehend the amount of risks that we have in the region.
Exactly, because if we use voting system, then of course the region have more members, they will likely to win. Yes. True.
So now I am in a catch-22 position because there are 4 countries who are saying no and there is one who is saying yes.
No, we saying it's a democracy, so we would like to vote wherever there is no consensus.
So I think we were given 40 minutes, we have done it in 15 minutes. So you're free from my side. Thank you so much. Yeah, how to make this,
So I'm gonna, you won't be able to understand it this way. I'm gonna stand it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make it better.
Quickly, because this needs to be presented, but first show it to Haruka for.
कब तक present होने से?
Abhi, in next half an hour or an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll compile this a bit. Okay. In generally, I feel like everyone has an idea. There should be a general consensus goes no. That like another regional chairs shouldn't be able to decide for us because they don't understand the process. Okay. किसका mic?
Live streaming to be.
Right. ये माइक अपना माइक है सर रज़ा के पास था वो ख़त्म हो गया हाँ उन्होंने बोल लिया ये रज़ा का हो गया हाँ लाइव स्ट्रीम चल रही है रजा को माइक लगा दें।
So, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Russia,
सर लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग है ये माइक
फिर
लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो साल कर दिया यार एक दफ़ा कर दिया
global chair should be supported by one of the regional chair as a deputy.
Okay, so should we start with Nepal?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I think the answer would be yes, because to assist global chair, there should be a deputy global chair from one of the regional chairs that should bridge the gaps and assist a global chair in networking, facilitation, collaboration, and everything.
Okay. So you've already answered this point number 2 also, the responsibility.
Yeah.
You said networking,
collaboration,
partnership, and partnership.
Prioritization of the issues.
So they are all interconnected, all these 3 points.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so let's say that if we have a deputy, for example, Nepal as an Asia Pacific regional chair, and would you be able to take this deputy global chair position and be a link between other regional groups?
Yeah. So that the regional deputy chairs would properly represent their area regions to link up with the global arena. And another way they can also assist central or global chair in different sectors, their responsibility.
Okay.
So this is our
So it's a yes from
Yes.
Nepal side. Now may I ask my friend from Samoa?
Thank you. I think I'll go for yes.
It's a yes.
Yep. And with some conditions.
It's a conditional yes. Okay.
With, for example, like it as a 3-year contract.
3 years.
Yeah. Then once this other, like whoever is on deputy for this first 3 years, then the next 3 years move it to another region, another regional.
So,
So,
it's
yeah.
almost like the Troika system?
Yeah.
Yes. So once Asia Pacific take the deputy chair, then the Asia Pacific will continue to be a regional chair for the next 3 years. But then, within Asia Pacific regional chair, chairmanship group, we change regional chair every year.
Oh, okay. Well, depends there. But those are
And
conditions.
if you're saying it's a yes and it's a conditional yes, would you like to answer to the point number 2 also?
Yeah, same as Nepal, the networking, like to take over those responsibilities, as well as the partnerships with regional levels. And I think that's the open.
Okay, thank you. So, my friend from Thailand?
So the Thailand, we say yes, because as we act as the deputy global chair, the regional chair act as the deputy global chair, still can make the because our region is very good, strong.
So can I ask a question? So currently, there's no deputy global chair. So 3 regional chairs are representing their regions. Do you think this is enough, or we need to strengthen the regional chair's role, or you think we need another layer? Because it seems like to me, Nepal also mentioned that we can strengthen the link between global and the regional, but that's why I would like to see if you see anything missing from the current structure as well. Because currently the regional chair is a link with the global chair.
I think that's also contribute to the global chair.
So you think the linkage is weak right now? Thank you.
And you say that there should be a deputy global chair. And what would be its likely roles and responsibility? Okay, so your point is almost the same. So now, my friend from China.
We think yes for question 1, yeah. These people just related to
Region 2, we plan to have Deputy Global Chair in 3 regions. That could enhance the collaboration, and so also can share some of the roles and responsibility from the regional chairs. Yeah, as regional chairs, they may, because they have different region Deputy Global Chair, so they know more about their region, any characteristic or special issue. So it may help the global chair to make some decisions or some issues. Yes. So I think it can help.
Let me clarify. Only one of the regional chairs will act as the deputy global chair. So it is possible that the deputy global chair is AEMA. And do you think that will strong our region?
Only one will be.
Only one.
Or is there anything that how long will that deputy global chair will last for?
1
year.
Because
1 year.
they're
So every year will change.
Exactly. So it would be in favor of us if the deputy global chair is from Asia Pacific, but what if the deputy global chair is from Americas or AEMA? Do we have a strong point as a regional group? I'm sorry, because as a secretariat, this is a concern. I don't want Asia Pacific to be a weaker position by saying yes to this system. If the deputy global chair is always from Asia Pacific, it might be strengthen our region, but if it's from the other regions, I'm not sure how much would be considered. Exactly.
And this would not be kind of inclusiveness.
Exactly. And then we cannot be always taking the role of deputy global chair because it will be too much focus on Asia Pacific. Yes.
And one more point you need to keep in mind, whether the workload of the global chair is so much that there is a requirement to have a deputy global chair.
Do you think
So
Ambassador is
only
busy?
one of the regional chair and keep
Exactly. So to avoid confusion.
Yes, sorry, my misunderstanding. So
No, it's okay. This is why I'm
yeah, we say no for this. Yeah.
So it's a
No
yes.
from.
It's a no.
No
I
from.
said no.
It's a no from China.
But does anyone change their mind?
We do not.
Okay, so you
Because
support?
the deputy may work in a rotational basis. For example, this year from Asia Pacific, next year from another one.
Yes, it's no problem. How about you? Okay, so just to reconfirm, Thailand?
Thailand is a yes.
Maybe there's no thinking.
It should be yes.
No, but after I explained that the regional chair, it cannot be always from Asia Pacific.
Samoa is conditional yes.
Conditional yes.
If Americans get it, it will weaken your position because
yes, and China is no.
No, and Thailand is reconsidered. So what's your final position? Because
Yes or no?
the deputy regional chair, deputy global chair cannot be always from Asia Pacific. So if you say yes, you are saying yes to one deputy global chair coming from other regions.
So it's a no from Thailand.
No from Thailand.
But I think they are not understood about it because it will be rotational, always not America.
Exactly. So every year it will change, but depending on the year.
Out of 3, they would get chance of representations alternating,
It's third year.
Yeah, in each third year, I think.
But currently, we have 3 regional groups, and this 3 regional group chair, they have equal votes. But then having a layer of another deputy, it might not be always in favor of Asia Pacific. That's my concern.
But there should not be such kind of additional layer, but the same Asia Pacific chair will work as, for example, will work as a deputy also, dual role, but not the additional layer. But the role will be definitely the deputy global chair as well as the chair.
The regional chair, yes, exactly.
No additional role. I mean layer, no additional layer.
No, it is additional layer because everyone takes a regional chairmanship role, and then he will be taking another role as a deputy global chair. So he will be more busy.
He will take dual role.
Can you manage the workload?
Okay, so we move on to the second part.
Yeah, so yes, from.
That's decision-making mandates and responsibilities. So first point is consensus is endorsed when nobody eligible to vote objects. So do you agree on that or do you disagree?
So this is the current practice. If you have been to INSARAG steering group meeting, at the end of the meeting, we come up with a conclusion. So ISG would decide to do this, and at the end of the conclusion, the chair asks if you have any objection. And if there's no objection, as ISG, we endorse. This is the current practice. No objection, endorsement.
If there is objection from anyone.
Yeah, and then we don't endorse. That's the current practice.
Very difficult to make a
So,
new entity.
again, it's going to be Nepal first.
Kind of, the question is a kind of conditional, so I'm also responding it conditional. So border consensus is to be accepted. Border consensus is to be accepted, but some technicalities sometimes to be considered. No? If no objection is from either party is then represented, then that means it is accepted. No? If no objection is made, then it is understood as accepted.
So it's a consensus then?
It is a kind of broader consensus and kind of practice also in our national and domestic.
We mean not necessarily the absolute consensus, but if there is broader consensus, the new initiatives can be carried on.
Yeah, if you go for the democracy, the number of votes on the yes side would be yes, and if it's less, then
it's not 50-50. It's just not simple majority, but we should define the broader consensus.
Yeah, this is a very good point. Yeah. It's not going to be Haruka? Haruka? It's not going to be a simple majority. Huh? This is one of the points that.
So this is not so majority rule. So first question is the definition of consensus, right? So the definition of consensus is like no objection, but then you are in the second question, correct? So when
the first point.
The first point, yes.
So they say that it's just like in a democracy. You know, if whether it's simple majority, then it's a yes. If it's not, then it's a no.
Well,
but what if there are 12 in the favor of yes, and there are 2 in the favor of no? Then it's not a consensus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Then we move on to the question 2.
So this would mean we go for the point number 2.
Yes, exactly.
Do you agree to that?
Yeah, we agree. Because it has healthy collaboration and partnership. That means global chair can take a suggestion or consultations with regional chairs. If something is not broadly accepted or did not get a consensus, so at that time, that kind of situation may be very rare. No? So in this situation, in such a situation, then global chair can take consultations with the regional chairs. Yeah, we agree.
So probably the role of the global chair would come if there is a difference in the votes, say 12 to 10, and then, or it's a tie. In fact, it's a tie of 12 and 12 votes. Then somebody has to decide which way to vote. So that would be the time perhaps the global chair should be deciding.
I think that kind of immunity is with the global chair, because if the votes are equal, and this is a kind of a democratic practice also, because if the vote is both parties are equal, then the decisive vote will be the chair. So, but in case of indecisiveness, sometimes it happens in rare condition. We have already in preliminary you have mentioned that. So in such a case, then the global chair can consult with the regional chairs also, and INSARAG secretary also. We agree on this.
So you agree to the point number 2, but you do not agree to point number 1.
No, we didn't say that we disagree to point number one. It is, we said that a broader consensus is accepted, and this is a democratic phenomenon too. So, number one, it is conditional. Our statement or our stance is conditional. And number two, we are saying that we agree with the condition. Yeah. We are agreed.
So you agree to the point
So,
number 2. And point 1 is conditionally yes.
Yeah, conditional.
Thank you.
Yes.
So next is Thailand.
One of the questions we agree, and I think that we follow the same meeting protocol with the global platform or university platform. Yeah, the consensus need to be reached.
So it's yes from Thailand on both accounts. Samoa.
Yeah. Agreeing with both of the questions.
You agree to both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So it comes down to China.
We said agree with question 1.
You agree with point?
We agree with question 1. Yeah.
Okay, and number 2?
Also agree with question 2. Because we think that's normal practice.
Okay. Okay.
So you agree on both of them?
Yes.
Okay. So again, in previous group, there were some comments. So for example, when ISG initially discussed float response or national accreditation process, there was no consensus. So for some countries, it was very difficult to continue their initiatives through INSARAG, but then they worked through it. But then it's the same now. Like not all of the countries are committed to IRNAF, right? And not all of the countries are committed to float response. But those who are interested in those two topics, they participate. So there is a broader consensus of accommodating discussion, but on technical level, there is no consensus. Only a group that are interested in those topics, they participate. So in previous group, they said no to the second question because it shouldn't be just decision making at the high level, it should be from the bottom. And for voting, the risk of voting is that the regional group, which has more member country, would be in higher position. And Pacific might always lose because there are less number of countries in the Pacific, so their position cannot be forwarded because of the basic number. So there will be also a risk in that when we adopt the voting. Any reconsideration?
Yes. So I think
I want you to be very careful because this will be discussed at the global level and it will be the final decision.
So nothing more on our side, and that's it. Thank
If
you
there
so
no
much.
one changes their mind, that's it. Yeah. Japan is
It's very good.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Haruka. Yeah. Glad you made it. This is so nice. You brought it.
We represent some.
Oh, nice. Oh, great. It looks amazing. Yeah, it really stands out. Yeah.
It's Pentanus.
Oh, nice.
It's powerful.
Nice. So are you from fire service? Or are you from Samoa fire service or in the...
I'm from TM.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
I saw you in the list.
Yes.
Contacting with each other.
Yes, of course. Yes.
I really wanted to participate in the April.
Which one?
April 24. The exercise.
Oh, yes, apiary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Yes, the nomination was too slow, so we couldn't process.
Yeah, right.
Please consider next year.
Yeah.
And please be quick.
We were so busy with hosting Commonwealth Case of Congress.
Yes, I heard the King Charles visited.
came over.
Oh, how was
During
it?
that period, we were very busy, and our boss, Molly,
Yes.
she was out of the country.
Oh,
like,
wow.
traveling.
How
That
was it?
caused the lateness.
Oh, that's why. I was wondering.
Because there's supposed to be two of us.
Mm.
So I'm currently a newbie in disaster management.
I see.
The last 2 years I was a weather forecaster. So my whole background is from meteorology.
Ah, okay.
One of our participants was supposed to be here.
Yes.
He spent 13 years working as a fireman.
Oh, wow.
So that's why we were nominated
Yes.
to the Imperial.
Oh, let's, please apply next year. Yeah.
We'll contact our boss.
Yes, because Molly was asking from the very early stage if they can get funding support. But then I said that please nominate someone because we need names and position to submit to the donor. But so I know she wanted to send someone, but I didn't know that you were busy with something else.
Yeah, we were hosting that.
Yeah.
Right after the meeting, I flew.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. No, do you have the contact? So in this, so you want to change your flight?
Yeah.
Oh, in this case, you can contact with the travel agency. Yes, because travel agency is the one who issued ticket. Oh, okay. So I have sorry, in the past few days.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, she will be in the office this afternoon.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
maybe a few hours still.
Okay.
And I will follow up. Thank you for the information.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, in the past few days I didn't really put my... Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for coming. No problem. Thank you.
Because my focus was the third.
Yeah, thank you.
I really wanted to experience
Yes, all right.
the response during crisis.
Great. Yeah. So tomorrow we will discuss regional planning. So if someone has any request to inside network, you can put it. Yeah. Because we will collect input from all the country, what they want to do.
Discuss with the two wives.
Yes, please.
Because she's known to this area.
I know.
That's right. And the good thing is that she's originally from Siam.
Yes, I heard. I was also a little bit confused. I thought she was from Tuvalu, but she traveled from Tuvalu and she said, I'm actually from Samoa.
Yeah, she's actually from Samoa, but now she's working for Tuvalu.
Yeah. Do you know James Mawai? He's from Fire Service.
Yeah.
He's
I
under.
don't know him.
Yeah, he's under.
Yeah.
And he came to China under.
Yeah, I heard. I think two of them came. James and this one person. Isara. Also from Fire.
Oh, no. But it was only one. Yeah.
It's James.
Go to the hotel, the the cafe downstairs has got this special mint ginger tea. Once you drink it,
Okay.
okay.
I need ginger.
No, I buy you a
Okay. So.
Nice to
No, nice to meet you. Sorry, I might have bacteria.
Okay.
Oh my God, is this yours?
It's like what information that we discuss.
This is you.
Okay.
Just creative.
Yeah, but I will add because
Yeah, sure.
yeah, these are the topics, but it's not the outcome.
Cup of tea. Do you guys drink tea? Yes.
Yes.
Tea is served.
Oh, thank you.
No. Friends. Yep. Yes. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you. I just signed it.
We were just saying, we'll come and get a photo with the three of us. There
Because I will edit. Is it okay?
Where's your other?
No, you can keep it as the second slide, but then it doesn't capture what we have discussed. So I will put the bullet points. So yeah, you can keep it as your thing, but then I have to capture the actual content.
How are you?
You know.
Yeah.
Now, Pinky, how are you? It's easier. Go. Pinky, that's easy. Yeah. So Pinky, I've worked with for a long time. There's Thailand. Go is new. Go was coming in here to replace the Prong probably 6 months ago. Around 6 months. Yeah. So now he will be.
बाकी वोटों में बता दो कि टी और कॉफी ब्रेक होगी. अच्छा ठीक.
I heard you do a lot more work.
He's doing his best.
Oh.
When is your when is it? September. Oh, you after us next year, November. Yeah, or we in September.
Right at the end of November.
Ladies and gentlemen, tea and coffee is served, please.
One of their biggest challenges is we're starting to work on how it's medical. Yeah. So all their other developments are going really well. Search and rescue, management, really well. Logistics is coming together. And medical. They use very similar system to self-volunteer dogs. So you have a volunteer group who run your canines. They're very good.
Yeah, our volunteers are very
So it's coming together. It's coming together, and by next November, 100%.
Good luck. Nice to meet you. Should we get a photo?
Yes.
Do yeah, it's fine. It's got a good
Thank you.
Thank you.
Australian runners. Yep. Pinky, can you take a photo for Australia, please?
Thank you.
Are we doing things in front of you?
What do you want to do?
Oh no, you do whatever you want.
Oh, your buttons are here.
Yeah, I wear buttons. Australians on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I get a photo with you so we can send it to Daryl?
Yeah.
Yep. Can go take a photo? Can you take a photo of Pinky and me?
Okay. Team leader take a photo. Boss. Go more far.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Go. Can you send this?
Yes,
Is
yes.
that okay?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, much. And then I'll send it to Daryl and the team. We've got catching up. Oh, really? Oh, Tim was there. Oh, you guys were working together. Who are you? How many years before you come back and use it again, you go, forms are simple, like you just know it's Would you ever transfer that? you'll be in the Y and Z, you'll come through the airport, they'll go, we need to go to C, I'll do that, and then you'll oh, that's right, they're around
apa salah?
When after you submit my request, because you did, I asked you to put reset button, and this is what I come out. Where is it? I put it
But I have like my own draft in the outline.
Yeah, he can say it, but you cannot hear it. Okay, so you didn't put it here. He said because this is, because we still can say it.
6 outcomes, okay? She will decide the regional chair on top.
So please say real.
I'm looking at, okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
मैडम ने भी
He doesn't explain anything, you know.
Yes, she is my...
Okay, I will.
Yeah, put it explain it now. I will edit. If he wants to say it, or you want to say it, you can say it. But we need a proper recap and then this one. We cannot be only this one.
Okay. Sorry, again.
I'm sorry.
Redeployment session
No. Yeah, it's right before it. That's okay. No, it's national. But it depends, you are looking at it. Somewhere you can. Are you already? Okay, good. But I don't know if but you have to do it before.
Diva.
I see, I see. Yeah, so Tuesday. So 20. And then Japan already confirmed that they're going to host the regional informal meeting. I will already do it. informal during the informal meeting during HFPW. Yeah, before IST. I think it's a good initiative because we can go through the exactly.
Okay, may I invite Colonel Razaiba on stage, Dr. Farhan, and Mr. Iwata. So I have collated the positions of 14 AP countries: Australia, China, Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, New Zealand, although they are not here but they send their results, Nepal, Pakistan, Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, Samoa, Thailand, and Tuvalu. Alright, and also thank you for your active participations. And I just want to assure you, the result is not done by ChatGPT. All these are the evidence. And we are able to do it because I have assembled a very efficient teams of group assistants. So give a round of applause to them. Alright. Okay, so let's look at it. I'm not sure it's a good news or a bad news, because I supposed to have until 5, and the organizer told me I have to finish by 4. Right? So it's good news. Alright, so I will quickly just run through 3 sets of results, and then we will get the regional chair to endorse it so that it can be used for the global meeting or the ISC next year, right? Okay, but I'm sure in the midst of the consultation, it is really not the straightforward yes or no for most of the questions. So I believe there will be more extensive discussion in the future to come. Right, so let's look at leadership and governance. Okay, we have about most participants, they do not agree that the regional chair should act as a deputy global chair. So the outcome is 71% on that. And the second question is actually linked to the first one. And of course, if you don't have a strong support for this, I'm sure the impact on the third one is also not too good. So the thing that is not so impactful, right, to have a deputy global chair. All right, next. Right, so with regard to consensus, I think it's a kind of 50-50 here. I think consensus is something that is sometimes very ambiguous, right? And should the global chair make the decision, and most, slightly more than half agree. But if there's a big lot or something that is not moving, all right? So I just want to invite Colonel Razaiba to give us some insights during the discussion, whether you find anything interesting to share with us very quickly, maybe about 5 minutes.
Thank you, Alan. Coming over to the leadership and governance, so one of the points that came out for one of the regional chairs, whether it should act as a deputy global chair, was what would be the tenure of this global chair. Then some of the participants said yes, there should be a deputy global chair, but it should be conditional. And what would be the condition? That it should be the deputy global chair should be from Asia Pacific, because Asia Pacific is more prone to disasters, and it has more people who are more experienced with regards to disaster management also. So what are the roles of the Deputy Global Chair? And since majority said no, but still we did ask that what could be the roles. Some of them said that it could be networking, partnerships, and maybe coordination, or there was an inject that maybe the operational points may be just looked after by the global chair, while the training and other aspects may be handled by the Deputy Global Chair. Since majority said no, then therefore the impact on the strength of the Insaraj steering group wasn't mentioned. Now coming over to the decision-making mandates and responsibilities. With regards to the consensus, now the question which was framed, to tell you to be very frank, it was a bit, there was a difficulty in understanding of the different people. One of the points was that please define what is the eligibility criteria. Then who is supposed to be voting and who is not. But in most of the cases, the countries did not agree with consensus. On a rare occasion, then there was this point with regards to whether the global chair should make the decisions in consultation with the 3 regional chairs and the Insaraj Secretariat. Again, now this was a point where majority, we did not get any majority on that. Majority did not agree with the global chair making decisions along with the 3 regional chairs. So that was the reason that this decision should be, they were of the view that these could be politically driven decisions if handed over to the regional chair, to the global chair. So yeah, that's about it from our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Any questions for this set of consultation? Anyone? Winston, do you have anything to add on to this? And we'll proceed to ask the regional chair to endorse this set of consultation results. Okay, thank you very much. Next slide, please. All right, on the thematic area of accountability and compliance, should the guideline be considered as a standard rather than just a guideline? Right, so you have 64% agree that it should be a standard, something that non-negotiable, something that is probably a bit rigid. In that sense, that means you can't ban and go around it to fulfill it. Right? Should Insaraj have an internal investigation framework? And 64% agree, say yes, there should be. And is it agreeable if the policy focal point, team focal point to provide internal investigation? I think this part is about 50-50. So I think it will warrant some discussion, and also depending on the result from the other 2 regions. Now, this is interesting. Should the network apply soft or hard penalties? Okay, but when I look at the result for the hard penalty, they say it should not be penalty, but it needs to be hard. So I'm not too sure what's the meaning of that. I think that requires a bit of further investigation, but I believe something needs to be done. Okay, but majority of them is lean towards soft, right? 71%. Okay, next. Now, with regard to global meeting, should we discontinue? I'm quite puzzled that 43% of our AP partners here agree that it should be discontinued. So I'm not too sure why, but I think 57% felt that they are doing a good job and it should be continued.
Why?
Why? You're asking me?
The moderator can explain.
Okay, later. Let me finish.
Okay,
Then we'll ask the moderator. All right, relax. I know you want to jump up and you know. Now, should operational issues take place at the team leaders meeting and also within the newly created regional operational meeting? I think resounding 86% say yes. Okay, next. On classification. Yes, this one. Should all teams within the INSARAG network first achieve a net before they are permitted to join the IEC? I think majority of them will say yes. You know, so this is another surprise that came out because normally most of the country team would like to straight away apply for IEC. And should the focus be on building domestic or national capacity first, followed by net and then a net? And again, 79% agree that this should be the case. All right, so can I invite Dr. Faham? I think Winston is eager to listen to you.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, I was having the most hottest topic in these three thematic areas, especially the INSARAG guidelines versus the standards. That was the hottest topic. I think you have already told the result that mostly they want standards because they want to raise the level of the INSARAG from guidelines to standards. But some of the countries were having the view. Some of the country were having the view that some. Sorry. Thank you.
It's off. Okay, now it's okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So some of the country was having the view that some of the guidelines portion should be the standards and some remain the guidelines, so that it will keep the system flexible and adaptable. Otherwise, if you make the standards, then sometimes it would be difficult to follow all the standards, especially in case of a response. If the country is not able to respond to all of the incidents, then if it becomes standard, it will be difficult for them to actually every time respond. So some of the country was having the view that some of the portions should be kept as standard and some should be kept as guidelines. But majority wants that it should be standard. And the same is the case of the internal investigations. Although the system is already there in the operational manual and every country is responsible to submit its after action report after the deployment. So they said that we have already having the system of internal investigation. We need to expand it and we need to make the TORs of that system, how it will work and how we do it. And yes, the penalties. Actually the question was either it should be plenty or not. That is the next point, it should be soft or hard. But mostly thinks that it should be soft penalty, it should not be hard penalty, because if we apply the hard penalties, then the countries would hide their mistakes and violations. So it should be soft penalties. But my point of view is that the question was to either we should keep the penalties or not, because hard or soft means penalties. So most of the countries are in the favor that there should be a penalties too. If we make the standards, if we make these guidelines as standards, then there should be a mechanism of accountability and the penalties also. Our next thematic area was the global meeting, as you have already told. If they say, some of the countries say that there should be a global meeting, but if there are problem of the resources, then we should increase the span of the duration. Like if it is happening every 5 years, we can make it after every 7 years. But it should not be discontinued. Because it is the only forum where all the three regions comes together and meet together and discuss their experience and share their expertise. Yes, the next thematic area was the classification. Yes, most of the team wants that first they should develop the national capacity in the national accreditation system. And actually this point was, I think, absolute answer was difficult, because this is included in the INSRAG guidelines in 2015. And those countries who have already attained the IEC classification, definitely they are of the view that they should go for the national accreditation. But the countries who have just joined to get the IEC classification, their point of view was to actually first get this badge, the IEC classification. Then they were to take it to the national level. These were some comments from my group, thematic areas. Any question?
Yes.
Sir. Thank you very much.
This is a hot topic. I think if there's any burning questions, please don't bring home.
Okay, colleagues, now just to share some perspectives about this question of classification. Because, although the guidelines mention with INSRAG's recognition and capacities, it starts with the first responders. I spoke about the USA triangle, first responders, community first responders. Then it goes to the NAC, the country's NAC, whatever standards that a country has laid forward for their teams. Then the INAC, and then the apex is the IEC.
Yeah.
Now, that said, when I speak to countries around the world, some of these countries will say, I want an IEC team, but my country has a very strong emergency response framework. And I just use, I can tell you, the country we are based in, Switzerland, will say Geneva and Bern will never have an INAC because they have a very strong fire service. And that fire service manages the canton of Geneva, for instance. And imagine if the capital, the federal government goes and say, do your INAC, they're like, what is INAC? I may never have an earthquake in Geneva, nor a tsunami on the lakes of Geneva. But Switzerland will still go for an IEC. Because the IEC is for teams with a mandate to deploy internationally. And if you look at the Turkey-Syria AAR, After Action Review Comprehensive Report, AFAD reported to us that there were 100 countries that sent teams. And if they have sent teams, and one of the countries is Sudan, and if one day Sudan comes to us and says, we want IEC, we are obliged to offer them an IEC. Because IEC measures the capability and ability of a team to respond internationally. Can you get an aeroplane, few hundred tons of equipment, 60, 70 personnel, 6 search dogs, up the plane within 8 hours and fly to the location? And then operate the processors based on like what we did in the ERE. If you have that mandate, then you have an IEC slot. But not necessarily that country will apply for INAC because they don't see a need to have INAC. Whereas another country, like France, where I think they have about 12 different divisions, prefectures, and every one of them is just as good as the IEC classified French team. And what that means is that the federal government is under pressure to recognize the other teams that have met the standards. And in so doing, the INEP helps to say, we measure you against the Instruct standards, but the federal government will only have 2 teams on standby for international deployment. Because nowhere under the sun, unless someone here can say, I have deployed 10 teams to 38, which was our largest response in the last 30 years. So most countries will send 1, 2, maybe 2 plus 1 NGO teams, at most 3 teams. So in that regard, the INEP comes in as a good, somewhat as to appease all the teams within the country. And I think it's very important because INEP offers recognition to teams that are in your different communities or provinces as well. Okay, so while IEC is great, it looks like the Olympic Games, but hang on, you don't deploy 5 teams at one time to a major earthquake. So which is the team that will be deploying, then that will be the IEC team. And I have another point which you raised about the, could we go back earlier on?
I think
I hope that clarifies this point. But of course, this is your decision. You know, it's there and it's fine. Okay, this one, accountability and compliance. Now, it's very interesting because on one hand, you say there should be an internal investigation. Now, please take note, anything that you wish for, if it comes through, we got to consult the network for support. Okay? Because the INSARAG is a one-man, one-woman show in Geneva. Okay? And that started when there were 2 teams, and now there are 58 teams. So, when you say INSARAG should have an internal investigation framework, how does this framework look like? Who should be the panel that is going to sit in this framework? How do you ensure impartiality, neutrality, fairness, transparency? How? So that's point 1, okay? Then you speak about internal investigation. What is your method of investigation? Any of you lawyers here? Sherlock Holmes. What are we investigating about? A team that walked past the RDC and says, I'm not putting somebody at the RDC. You know, our community is so small. I know who did not nominate members in the 30 IEC. Whether if in future, if a team wants to work with another team, good luck to you. You know, the community is such, you have to be credible, you have to be reliable, and you have to really play your part. Because when you wear the badge, you don't just represent your country, you represent INSARAG, and technically it's the United Nations. Look at the UN flag, you see there's a United Nations logo there. Okay, it's not there for nothing. You're under the UN umbrella. So, are you playing your part? And I go back to the point of the 2 persons in the secretariat, which means, then you say the penalty. You see, you want an investigation, then you say the penalty should be soft. You know, then it's a bit, right? It's to the other extreme ends. I'm not a lawyer, but I think when it's sort of like extreme. And we are not the policing, I've told teams before, the secretariat cannot be the policing agency. We have enough IECs to manage and IERs. So the last thing we want is to have a few investigation reports about teams that we have to handle due to maybe discipline or non-compliance and so on. Okay? And the answer when I speak to many of my peers in the network, all of us are peers, is that the network, all of you should be the judge. You should point and say, I'm not going to work with you in future because you did not do this. You must have the guts to do so, or you do it unconsciously. Okay? We are not Interpol. We cannot, we can do an investigation, and we have done so. It took us 6 months with the time and effort of a few key focal points. Singapore's Anwar was one of them, who spent quite considerable time. He's one of the GRG co-chair. And why I tell you this, because if you want to do an investigation, then the team in question, they have focal points. What is the focal point doing? The first line of discipline should be from the country focal point. Stop that team on their tracks. Because we are a member states organization, and if a member state, the policy focal point, which is assigned by your MOFA to us, tell us this team is a red flag, we will just have to remove them from our USAR directory. And we have done that before, for teams that have gone out of the line nationally, and they inform us this team no longer should engage. Okay? Because we have to respect the focal point system within the UN framework. And this comes from your Ministry of Foreign Affairs to us. Okay? So I hope that clarifies. I'm not saying in future we won't come across this case, but on a case-by-case basis, the Secretariat will come forward and consult with first the policy focal point. Okay, if it's a technical issue, it will be the operations focal point. And then where the policy focal point says is beyond my control, then it will be the regional focal point. And the regional focal point also has got an issue, then it goes up to the global chair. How does that sound? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Winston. Thank you, Dr. Farhan.
Thank you.
All right, the last set of thematic areas, this one on Global Strategy 2025 to 2030. Should there be a discussion at the policy level? And this one is unanimous, 100%. On NGOs and partners, should any changes be made to the current arrangements of all the focal points, government agencies, NGO teams, so that they continue as a team focal point only? So again, it's 100% unanimous no. Right? On the last question here is, should the policy focal point make the final decision on allowing the NGO to join the INSARAG network? 79% say yes. Alright, so this is the outcome. And the third question, should all further correspondence be directed to the NGO team instead of going through the national focal point? And 93% say no. Should NGO teams, leader focal points be eligible to represent their region at the newly created regional operational meetings? And also quite a high percentage indicated no. Alright, on the last topic on localization, should the regional group map global USAR capacity to identify gaps and agree on priority countries with the INSARAG network? I think again it's 100%. Should the regional group undertake a mapping of vulnerable countries to work with donors and the INSARAG network to develop a capacity building program aimed at the countries requesting external support? And also 100% yes. Okay, so now we invite Iwata-san. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, madam. As you see, in our session, it's quite easy to answer for all the participants. And thank you very much, all the participants, for your contribution to discuss about the topics. And I just remarked that some countries have some legal restriction to limit the activities of NGOs. In that case, they can accept the bigger NGO roles as chief focal point. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Iwata-san. Any questions? Yes.
The regional operations meeting, is it something, could we go back to that slide on the regional operations meeting? Okay, no. Has the region decided to, if this is a recognized meeting or a no-go?
Where does this come from?
Yeah. So I know there's this thing on the new structure. So is it a go or a no-go?
Actually, the regional operational meeting, we don't know exactly the detail of this meeting. So we discussed, but there is no, what can I say, the common position to that. But rather than that, represent their region. This point, lots of country does not accept.
All right, so I'm not too sure who can elaborate a bit more on the regional operational meeting because it's something new. Billy, will you be able to? Is it established?
No, it's not established. I think it's just a typo there. It's the regional operation groups is something that's suggested.
Regional operational groups.
And here it says meetings, but it's the meeting of the regional operational groups, which is suggested. And the idea behind it is that because of the 3 different regions we are in, the regions already have different operational priorities and standards within themselves. So, for example, Asia Pacific is very varied within itself. AME between Europe and Africa, huge differences. So, in order to limit that, should there be regional operational meetings where the operational matters of that region can be discussed within the experts from that region? That's what is suggested through the governance review. Otherwise, it hasn't been created yet. It's all up to us as a network.
Thanks for the clarification. Yeah. So can we invite the facilitators? Yeah. Thank you very much. And on this note, I have completed my mission. I'll now hand back to the MC. Thank you. Thank you.
Those who are staying at Rumi Hotel, you can ask them to move towards the out gate. Our officer is already waiting. Make the announcement. Rumi Hotel वाले.
अभी बाहर है?
वो हाँ गाड़ियाँ mobilize हो गई.
They need to go outside.
First finish your.
Okay. Thank you so much, Alantu and 3 of the facilitators. We are wrapping up the session. So around 7:30, sharp at 7:30, all international delegates and the participants are requested to be here for the official dinner. Those who are staying at Rumi Hotel, you guys please move towards outside. Our ushers are there to guide you. They all are moving towards the hotel. Thank you so much. That's all for today. Thank you.